Goodness me. What the fuck? You just come in here and you call me a weirdo? You fucking piece of shit. Yo, what's up, weirdo? That's like what a bully says on the playground. How's it going? How am I? I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm a little bit gunky this morning. Well, you know, but I'm usually I'm usually all gunked up. Just preparing for what's going to be supposed to be a very warm day today. Or actually, no. Huh, oh, today's not that supposed to be that warm. Oh, okay, that's fine. I was just checking. Oh, goodness me. We're just warming up. Warming up with another commission. That's right, another commission. Another one. I finish one, I get one more. Another one. Another one, yeah. Desk funding is up. Very close now. As long as I don't have any like surprise bills or payments or anything, I should be able to get it by the skin of my teeth. Just by there's something actually I was looking at recently. There's a VR thing I was looking at recently. It was like the 3D sculpting or the VR sculpting. I was looking at that and I was like, damn, that look cool. Because I actually enjoy sculpting. I used to when I used to sculpt, actually. I should say I used to sculpt. I don't really give myself the time for it anymore. But it was something I used to do and I used to enjoy it greatly. However, it's kind of expensive. Like, to do it regularly, like the material cost, it's pretty up there. We got some of the influences over here the client gave me. No, it should be down. It should be pointing down. Something like this. This is also another multi-limbed robot. I would love to try if they're proper for work use. I don't know. Have they fixed like the? Because I remember, right? I've tried VR a bit. Excuse me. Isn't there like there's like a pretty set amount of time you can be using that before you start to feel sick, right? At least in my experience and from what I've heard. I tried the first HTV. Played Beat Swords for a good while. The next day we tried playing Elite Dangerous, a space sim. Yeah, I bet that would make you feel sick. Oh, goodness. This is another Morning Cloak frame. If you recall, I don't know if you were there for that one. I think you were there for that one. I did one where it had like it had like two swords and like a portal behind it. Right, well, this one is also, that one was a Morning Cloak. It had two swords and a portal behind it. This one is also a Morning Cloak. It has two swords and a portal behind it. And this was something that the client said. They like, it's got two swords. Okay, and it's got a portal behind it. Sir, are you aware that I have literally done a commission that is exactly this? Morning Clock? No, Morning Cloak. Oh, you said cloak. Anyway. Also, good morning. Wait, you didn't do a funny entrance. Hold on, I'm gonna ignore your comment there, Apple. And instead, I'm gonna allow you to do a funny entrance. Because you always do a funny entrance. And if you don't do a funny entrance, well then, I don't know how I'm gonna get through today. Yeah, I'll show you. What's this? You don't think you saw it? I'll go check it out. It's just on the old profile. Old profile, you know. It's there. Flies in on an airship, jumps off, and dives bomb on a no mech through 99%. Damn. Undoing their life work. Oh, there you are, Apple. It's good to see you. How you doing? It's been a good bit. Actually, I was gonna say it's been a little while, but actually it's been a good bit. And that was a good bit. What you just did there now. Bro, you should have been like brushes off dust and bits of gnome dreams, crushed gnome dreams. Yeah, what's up? You forgot how to English? You poor thing. Mecha Break? I think I heard of that somewhere. Maybe I've seen the name somewhere. But or maybe I don't know. Maybe I did see something. Is it kind of Armored Core-esque? If it is, then it might be the game I'm thinking of. Looks like Armored Core. Okay, I think it's the one I'm thinking of. Now this mech's got 4 arms. I didn't draw that in this side concept. But yeah, this mech's got 4 arms, so it's got a set kind of in front and then a set behind, and it's the set behind that are holding the weapons. But I think maybe I'll have it so that one, like on the left side, the arm in the back on the left is holding the sword, and then the arm in the front on the right is holding the short sword, or I was gonna say dagger, right? But I was thinking about it. A dagger to a mech is still like a fucking sword, you know? How have you been? Anything new on my side? Yeah, there's been some new stuff. What's not new is how sleepy I am. Oh. Saint almost died. No, that's a lie. That has not happened yet. Nothing that exciting. Gone with the... No, I'm not... No, I'm not dead. No. I mean, okay, that did happen, though. I did have an allergic reaction, okay? Guys. Wait, guys, I'm just right here. Just look out the window. Guys! Guys, just look! Hey! Hey, guys! Come on, just look out the window. I'm here! Guys! Hey! Hey! Okay, I know how I want to do these. It's not funny anymore. Guys, I'm alive. Stop it. Stop pretending you can't hear me. Oh no, this is just like what my family did. So I'm thinking the limbs are all wrapped up, the front ones. Died too soon, didn't even make a gnome emote. Sweating in the heat, drawing our dreams that will never come true. Well, you know what? I am dual streaming right now. Hey, I'm dual streaming it up. Fucking no one is watching me on the YouTube, but I am dual streaming. Isn't that cool? That explains what? Wait, what does that explain? Puts gun to your head? Or puts gun to my own head? What do you mean? You explain now. Oh, the lack of gnomes. But no, but nobody's that doesn't explain anything because there's nobody watching on YouTube right now. There's nobody saying anything in the YouTube chat. There is no YouTube chat. So that doesn't explain anything. No. I mean, as in there has not been a single chat on YouTube. Period. I can drop the link and I can show you. Is that what it would take? Well, it's the channel, but anyway. See? You little shit. I can say that because I'm older than you. No, yes, but it was prior to you being there, so it's not like it counts. I need to open up additional reference. Shit. I just want to open this. There we go. Okay. Who knew that a hyperbaric cube chamber that trapped the gnome was just us the entire time? Man, I wish I had a fucking time chamber. Wait, do you age in the time chamber? Because this is something I forget about Dragon Ball Z, right? Is Goku still aging in the time chamber? Or does it like suspend that? Because if he is still aging, right? I mean, like it makes sense. Like he's like a Saiyan, you know. So like I'm sure they have like they just sort of reach peak physical age, and then that's it. You know. But if you were a human and you went into a time chamber, like you would come out like old and wrinkly. You would come out all prune-like. Prunish. Prunish, some would say. Oh, my nose. But since he's a Saiyan, they don't age at the same rate as humans, right? I think so. I'm pretty sure. I think the torso is too short. I mean, I want to imply a bit of a hunch. However, this might be too much. Yeah, I'm just gonna get rid of all that. I'll add that last, very last. You're looking like the grandpa. Wasn't it grandma? The worm. You're talking about like the worm. Whoops. That was like this. For some reason, that's how I remember it. That's how it looked or something. Or something a lot like that. Also, hello, After Badge. Yeah, it's true. Now you can really have them ads. Right in their fucking ad hole. Oh fuck, I've been not looking at the chat. Oh, you're talking about video games. Okay. No. I am not doing that. That is not true. That is a lie. Here's the thing, right? This current pose, I think, is not working for a couple different reasons. The mech that I'm doing has kind of elegant shapes, but the pose is kind of creepy. Like, you know, hunched over. It's like barely holding onto a blade. It's got these big, long, creepy arms in the front. This ain't drawing a sword. Look, I'm gonna shoot you in the head. No. Yes, this is a commission. Still in the concept stage. Just gonna do a quick save. Oh, is the music over? Let's fix that. Zooby dooby doo boop. Alright. Also, I'm gonna go grab myself a little glass of water because my throat is feeling a little dry. Goodness. Back to it. All right. Design-wise, I'm relatively happy about this. But I need to figure out a better pose. So, and maybe, geez, I don't know. You guys could help me out this time? Instead of being a burden? So what the client wants, what's going to go behind this mech, right? Is going, whoops. It's supposed to be like a portal. Or like a gate, right? There's like a gate. And I mean portal, gate. You know what I mean. It's all the same, really. Now, it's going to be relatively simple. It's not to take away too much from the mech. But then behind the mech, right, the gate, what's between it, will be space. That's right, motherfucking space. Now, regardless of whatever pose I do, I still have to have space behind it. Now, the way I've done it, I mean, this thing, I think, at least I think, right? I think this thing looks kind of elegant, right? So whatever I do, I have to keep that in mind. Assuming a burn, chapping a burn. From the gate. Yeah, we can't do that shit anymore. Yeah, it's over. No more gates allowed. You had your month. Now go home. Where's Wrath Month? Where's Gluttony Month? Uh, Gluttony month. Well, do you really want a gluttony month? I mean, is that something you long for? True, right, but there's only 7 deadly sins. There's 12 months. What are you going to do for the other 5 months? Have a break? But you can't have a break between all the months. Well, how do you decide which months get a break and which ones don't? God forbid. Computer is being very slow. Or is it my mouse? No, it's just my mouse. Yes. What? Which question? I might not have seen it. How am I? Oh, I'm okay. I'm alright. I just have a lot. I have a lot more work to do, and now I have a lot less time. That's something actually I will not be streaming as long on Thursdays and Fridays anymore. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday will now be my prime streaming days. And then, why? Let me take a drink of water. My throat's also killing me because I had an allergic reaction. The other day. No. No, I'm not doing that. Jeez, I barely started. Could you imagine? I can't see what that is going on in that little GIF. It's too small. I'm too far away. But I'll assume it was real funny. I'm scratching my eye. It's the gnome spraying them with sports again. Yes, alright, okay. I did not have an allergic reaction. I know one of those darn gnomes got me. Sprayed up inside me again. Well, I was sleeping this time. So I wasn't able to react as quickly and as fluidly as I usually would have. But to answer your question, the reason being is just I just have vastly less time now on those days. Because I have other obligations. Okay, I think I know what kind of pose I'm going to do now for this darn thing. Blasted thing. Oh yeah. Huh. You know what? I'll just delete it. I won't go super detailed. If anything, I should just do a little thumbnail of like this to get the idea of this thing in a different pose. Now, of course, I'll still try to stream. I will still try to stream on Thursdays and Fridays. Granted, they will be much shorter. And they'll be at a different time too. Like 4 or 5 hours earlier than this one. So depending on your time zone, that actually might be pretty good. But these days will pretty much be unchanged. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Just come by whenever you see me on. That's the old reliable onion, as they say. Here's an idea I want to run by you guys, just since I've got a few of you here. It annoys me that I kind of see it, you know? It annoys me that you say that and I kind of see it. I'm like, damn. He's like, he's got a point. Ask me anything and I will answer just about anything. What is your social security number? No, so right, here's something this happened yesterday. I have a cousin. He's heading away to another country. And we would we would on average every like fortnight, every other week, go out for coffee together and catch up. He draws too, right? But anyway, he's heading off, so this was the last time really we would be able to do that. That's also why there was no stream yesterday. I was pretty packed. I was pretty packed with other things to do as well. I did do a little bit of work though yesterday in the evening, just didn't stream it. Anywho, but I was chatting with him, and I was thinking he would ask him about the streaming and shit. And I was like, oh yeah, man, it's kind of crazy. And honestly, it's kind of weird, a little, because like I never would have thought of it as like a money maker, if that makes sense. I know you could make money from it, but I never would have thought of it for like a path for me. Not to say it is, but I'm saying I would have never thought about that before, but now I'm kind of thinking about that now, a bit more seriously. And then I was mentioning, because I was talking about this, and it's got me thinking about other things that I thought of the same way, like YouTube videos. What's kind of crazy is that there was a lot, like, I have a lot of stuff that I did that I had planned to make a YouTube video whenever I did not have, like, this was whenever I did not have as much business, so I had a bit more free time. To give you an example, and I do actually have stuff that I actually drew up for this. But if any of you are familiar with the game Helldivers, so that game has like 3 factions, but at the time, basically before the 3rd faction came out, but I knew what the 3rd faction was because I had played the first game. I made up a 4th. Made up like a concept for a 4th faction. I did a shitload of thumbnails for the units. I had an idea of like how what the gameplay would be like fighting them. Like I wrote down like mind maps and shit. How do they stand out from the other ones? Are they different enough so that they don't overlap? I did that, right? I actually did that. That's all. It's not just like all in my head. Like it's all of that is actually down on paper, either written or illustrated. And although, right, I became more busy, so I was like, okay, well then, you know, I'm just gonna have to shelve that kind of thing. And my interest as well as that in Helldivers did wane a bit, but that was also because I couldn't play it as much because I was busier. However, right, I had that idea months and months. It was actually last year. It was actually last year whenever I was doing that. And I'd seen recently on YouTube that there was someone who did exactly that. They came up with they have like a YouTube videos about like concepting a 4th hypothetical faction. And I was like, holy shit, huh? That's kind of crazy. And I don't know, like a little part of me was like, that could have been me. And this isn't to say that like, oh, you know, this guy got a shitload of views and he did really well and now he's a millionaire, or anything like that. Like actually, I don't even remember looking at how many views or whatever it was, or subscribers or anything like that. It was more so just thinking, like I could have been the guy that did that. Does that make sense? Like I just see like you see someone that did something that you were thinking about doing. That's kind of what I mean. I have no idea if I'm making any sense whatsoever. Right, but it got me thinking maybe I should start putting some more like super serious thought into stuff like that. Because there are other things, right? But just ultimately it comes down to time. Anything I want to do that is not a commission is going to cost me time that otherwise would be work on a commission. However, if I did do, like, let's say a video of some kind, and of course I would be drawing, that would be like I would be drawing stuff for it. I would probably do that while I'm streaming. And then those same videos, I would promote that, hey, I stream the entire process. So but that, again, this is like if I want to take all this way more seriously, which I'm kind of, you know, being a bit more open to that idea, or at least I'm giving it more serious thought. Or am I just being crazy? Am I getting swept up? Should I just not do that? I will do whatever you guys say. Imagine. I should follow my heart. What if my heart's wrong? The head looks like it's just like I don't want the head to be 3/4. I want the head to be staring off to the side. I'm gonna twist this leg a little bit more, but it's gonna look straighter because of that. If I twist it more, it's gonna be facing us more. Okay, something like that. Maybe. I mean, well, actually, that's a bit too long. Okay. Sell out. The heart is never wrong. You have a fan base already, so it's not like you're starting with nothing. And what does it matter if it is wrong? You gotta shoot your shots, or you will just further regret it later. I think that sort of stuff is true to a degree, you know. But I understand the meaning. You see, my worry, right, is that I think I'm the kind of guy who always bites off more than he can chew. So my worry is that, like, oh, you know, basically I just start taking on, I'm like, oh, you know, this could be a good idea, and I just endlessly start taking on more work than what I can actually do, and I gunk myself up, and everything takes longer, or maybe I get nothing done. Man, I am really hungry this morning. Which is pretty surprising because I ate a good bit last night for bed. And yet here we are. With me hungry. And I haven't even been streaming, but then again, I have been awake for a while. I did have to do some behind the scenes client stuff. So I have been awake long enough that I should eat, I suppose. Well, that's... Set deadlines for side projects. It's never perfect, so you can just put out things in smaller pieces. That's a good idea, but I imagine like the kind of videos that I think of doing would be like okay, like for like that Helldivers one, for example, right? Or what was another one? Another one was I didn't like. Another one was I did not like. Or not that I didn't like. Let me correct that. Nothing to do with did not liking. It was the idea of like, hey, what if like the Doom games had kept the 2016 aesthetic for the demons? How would the newer demons look? Let's redesign them. Or I suppose actually a lot of what I think of is like redesigning stuff. And it's not because I think anything's bad. It's because it's like I like the idea of redesigning stuff. I just like it. I like the idea of like taking something and changing it up. I mean, I got some other stuff, but I don't want to list it all. I don't want to list it all. Give it all away. Music's over. New music. Insert. The way I'm kind of looking at it, right? This is what I'm kind of looking at, right? I think I need to move away from commissions. And I'm trying to figure out how to do that. Because at the moment, I'm just going to be endlessly doing them. Like with no end in sight. At all. And it's like, well, I need to like shift from that. Now, one way I want to do that is I want to make my own things, but for people. Do it at a slow pace. Yes. This is true. I'm just sort of working out, though, what thing is it, right? This is what I'm trying to work out. What thing is it that I want to do? Like, for a long time, it was comics, would you believe? I was like, yeah, I want to make comics. I want to make stories. But part of that was because I felt like that was also the most realistic thing that I could do. And that if I was to try to do anything else that was basically unrealistic. Like, oh, no, come on. I've gotta set realistic expectations here and goals. And by the way, I have many like short comic ideas written, and then I even have a few actually already drawn up. Maybe my issue is just committing to one and finishing it. Or, well, if I had to really be fair here, I'm just more willing or more focused on, it's like this, it's like if I can draw, then I can work. And I think it's a very poisonous thing, and it's actually held me back from doing a lot of the stuff that I want to do, and would, funny enough, eventually move me away from commission work. That's a good point. Granted, right? Here's the other thing. I don't just want to do stuff that's basically like, it's a project that's basically just for me. Like, oh, I'm doing it because I just want to do it. I'd want to do something and actually give some sort of value, or it has some sort of value, right? If I was doing a redesign video, then it has to provide something. Like, you know, it needs first. I mean, like, if I'm doing a redesign, maybe I should talk about what goes into designing. I feel like I know a little bit, right? Where I could maybe teach somebody who doesn't know much something. But you know, that it's also like, or maybe it should be a bit more entertaining, because I don't think it's going to be super informative, because I'm not an expert. I'm not super knowledgeable. So that's also stuff I think about. Because there's a major difference there, right? There's a major difference between going out and making a video and, like, streaming my work. The former has like way more intent, but it's also way more deliberate. Like, I don't have to stream my work. Though I do like it. I do like streaming my work. But like, that's still not enough of a reason. Ugh. Like, if you feel me, like, that alone is not enough of a reason. You need more than that. At least in my eyes. So then, the same thing for a video. I can't just make a video because, like, oh, I want to make a video. Like, I need to be giving something. I need to be giving it value somehow. Give reason for people to actually want to watch it, and actually come away with something. Now, like, you know, that's what I'd like to do, if possible, which I think it is. I think maybe I should look at the key reference again. Oh man, this stuff's all in the way. Let's move you out of there. Maybe let's try the old big black gate behind you. Well, the gate itself will not be black, but the void of space. Here's the deal, right? These noodly arms that are all wrapped up, I don't want to throw them out in front, but I kind of have to. I don't want them to cover up the body too much. This is the biggest problem I run into whenever you have a character with multiple limbs. If the limbs are not moving away from, even if the limbs are moving away from the body, they can easily cover up like a substantial amount. And you may think that's that might be okay, right? That might be okay. But if you're doing a illustration where you want to show off this character's design and how they look, then you cannot have like limbs covering up the body. Like you wouldn't draw a character if you needed to show off their design, right? You wouldn't draw them with their arms folded. Maybe if you wanted to show off like their personality or something, yeah, sure. But if you wanted to show off their design, and sure enough, maybe there's nothing particularly interesting about their arms. But let's say maybe their arms are their most interesting aspect, and they're folded. You don't even see their hands. Obviously, of course, there are exceptions. But just generally, that's like how I look at it. Like I wouldn't. Oh goodness. I'm just going to quickly send these off. That one looks so dumb. That one sucks. But yeah, you're going to quickly send these off to client. To me, it just sounds like, what do I want to do? You yourself speak as if you want to move away from commissions. Let me ask you this. How do you see yourself if you just kept doing commissions and then see yourself doing these videos instead or on the side? Can't you make videos on the system which you're doing right here and now? You have already talked about design things, drawing. You could make good video content if narrated for YouTube audiences instead of just like a VOD. Huh. I guess I've never thought about it like that before. Recording the commissions, the design, the process of the commissions, and then editing together a video. I don't know. I guess I think of it in a sense of like, what people would want to watch, what people would want to see, what kind of value would that have? But I mean, if I was talking about stuff like even the process of this is why I did this is why I designed this way. I suppose I could give people some amount of insight. That's a pretty good point, and that is definitely something I should think on. I feel relatively warmed up after those two. So, what? I'm gonna move on to this. I was gonna go back to this, but you know what? There are some things about this that I'm actually not happy about. I think I'm actually gonna restart all of the lines for this, and maybe even go back to the drawing board in some places. So I'm just gonna close that. I want to get this back up to, or get this up to line ready. So I think it's got a great deal more work needed for that. Let's close that. Let's just, while we're here, while we're at it, let's take a look at everything else and where it all is. I feel pretty confident I could start that right now. The lines, I mean. I might even. I think I would just need to make some edits to this one. And then it'd be line ready. Like proportion stuff, really. And then, of course, this still needs more line work. But pretty happy with how the one's looking so far. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. I don't know. You know your stomach is like giving you mixed messages? Oh, I'm hungry, I'm so hungry and so sore, I'm hungry. And you're like, oh, okay, I guess I better go eat. And then it gives you this kind of feeling like, oh no, you don't want to eat, but you're still sore. So what the fuck, what am I supposed to do? What if my tum-tum can't handle any food right now and I eat some? And then it's dead and it's dying? What do you want from me, tum-tum? Oh. By the way, if you heard that pop, that was my shoulder. Holy shit. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make myself a quick breakfast. I'll come back in here. And then I'll have a little munch. And we'll get back to work. Maybe this isn't as line ready as I thought. I don't know. Sometimes I can go with very little. It's kind of crazy. Sometimes I can go with very little, and other times I need like full clarity. Really? Well, I've been up for 4 hours. And I feel like 4 hours might be my limit. Without a coffee, at least. Huh? Don't tell me this guy's all in segments. Okay, just some things. Need to check, because the client got back to me about the feet. Okay, big feet. No. Let's see. Maybe we should make that a bit thinner. Nice work. Thank you. It's commission. I'm working on here. One of many. Got a good few lined up. Some funny doodles around here too. Yeah, the soundtrack. Yes, that's very good. Wow, nice. Only a few people have actually guessed that correctly. Also, by the way, let me know how everything's coming through there on YouTube, because it's my first time streaming on YouTube, but it's also my first time dual streaming. I'm both on YouTube here and on Twitch. Yes, Apple. This is my first time dual streaming. I fucking told you that! God! Why don't you ever listen to anything I tell you? I literally said that earlier whenever you came in. You know what you're doing. Video looks good on YouTube. Thank you. Glad to hear it. Also, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I don't know what you're talking about. Listen, you don't know me. you don't know me. I don't know anything about streaming. Poor Apple, losing her mind over very trivial concepts. Well, tell me Phil, if you're okay with me calling you Phil. How goes things on your end? Do you just have me on the background while you're doing something, or are you paying extra close attention and have both of your eyeballs thoroughly glued to the screen? Phil. I don't know. I don't know. I like shortening people's names. It's kind of funny. I don't know. I got one person. I got one person in the chat on YouTube, and now everyone on Twitch is freaking the fuck out. You guys, you were talking about sins earlier. Your sin is envy. That's your sin right now. Like I'm not even, I'm, I'm not even, I'm not even like, oh yeah, yeah. I'm like, oh, chatting away to the YouTube chat. I'm talking to one guy. Talking to one guy. He's abandoned us. That's you. So that's what was off. Nice knowing. You've put the Luger in your mouth already. You silly beans. You silly goobers. Stop it. Stop being so silly. That's my job. It's my stream. I am the silly. You are the viewer. I make joke. You go haha. What's this? Recently, a friend whom I designed and made a VTuber model for wanted to commission someone to re-rig her model, so I recommended her to another friend of mine who not only makes models but also rigs them. So I think we've got ourselves a deal here, and I'm glad since I get to work with my friend rather than a complete stranger. That's cool, I guess. No, that's cool. That's good. That's good. Getting to work with a pal. I have yet to do anything like that where I get to work with a pal. Would you care if I had a VTuber? I mean, I don't really have any intention of getting one at all. But I am curious. Morbidly. Like, I don't know. I don't see what it adds. Right? I don't see what having one would add. Also, the music is gone. It's gone! I shouldn't do that. That hurt my throat. That leg is... The leg's bent too much. Shit. Okay, it needs to be more forward facing. If you think of it, it's bent like this. Okay. It needs to be like that. It's better. leg is still a bit too thick in the thigh. All right. Need to do something about that music. Long. All right. Oh. I do read the chat. I was just drawing. God, why don't you just understand that, like, I have to draw? The camera. Having a face thing or a stream does help in general. Human. If it's not hot anime waifu, if it is, it'll put more views. That's true. Mech VTuber easily stand out from the others. You could send your gnarliest. I would know. I would see it. I would see it. I would go, ew. Yuck. Here's what I'm gonna do. How long have I been streaming? Nearly 2 hours. I'm going to grab something to eat. I think I said I was gonna do that like fucking 20 minutes ago. No, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I like the Furby. What's wrong with the Furby? I like it. It made me go, ha ha, funny lol. I haven't. Have you got it handy anywhere? Why would you mention this thing that you do not have and I have not seen? Why do you do this to me? Anyway. I'll be right back. Alright, I was gone for a million years. Ugh. I come back and you leave, Apple? That's cool, though. Alright, see you later. Enjoy. Oh yeah, I definitely needed to eat. Oh damn. I needed to eat bad. You know what is a great reference for mechs? If you're drawing them, is Gunpla. Is that how it's called, Gunpla? The model kits of Gundams. Now, sure, if you're not going for that kind of aesthetic, fair. It's not really going to be for you. However, right? It doesn't even have to be like Gunpla. It like physical, because you can't. Like reference a problem. I think there's a big problem with like people reference mechs. Whenever people are looking for reference for mechs, they look at artwork of other mechs, and I don't think you should do that. I think you should be looking at what inspired that piece of work. So if you take a mech that's like, I don't know, it looks very like heavy industrial, it looks like a big piece of heavy industrial machinery, well then you shouldn't be looking at, oh, I need to go look at mechs that are look like they're big heavy pieces of industrial machinery. You should be looking at like industrial machinery in general, you know? Same thing if a mech looks more organic in its shapes. Well, hey, maybe you should be looking at a mech that is more organic. Or not mech stuff, but more organic stuff. This mech kind of looks like a plane. Okay, maybe look at planes then. Because I was just, I don't know, I was just thinking about it. I have had a number of people ask me, like, where do I look for mech reference? And then I have to tell them, like, I don't really, like, half of the reference I look at isn't mechs. I suppose that's kind of funny. And also, that's like that's not something you should do in every situation. Whenever you're drawing something, if you I'm gonna draw some flowers. Well, you should probably look at flowers, yes. But of course, there's no, if it's something fictional, there's no real mechs. There's no real mechs stomping around that you can reference. So then you just have to make do with the closest thing there is, which could be like model kits or even toys. And like that would work pretty well because they're just, if you think about it, just smaller versions of what would be a real thing. Well, can't be a real thing, of course. Oh, excuse me. Whew. Goodness me. Let's throw this on. This old thing. Oh, hold on. Be right back. Alright, that took a little longer than what I would have liked. I'd be surprised if anybody was still watching the stream. Oh my goodness. That's fine. I mean, there's no harm keeping it open. I'm working anyway. Apologies to anybody that did stick around. I had to nip out real quick there, and I still have to finish my breakfast. So no, I will not be getting back to drawing just yet. But hey, when you gotta eat, you gotta eat.
Excuse me. Oh. Whoops.
Can't forget to save. Twitch just died under the YouTube fame? What are you talking about? There already wasn't very many people in here. Also, I started, like, I had to go and eat. So... Yes, abdomen is fixed. Oh no, yeah, this guy, he's looking better. I think I need to fix his chest. What's his name? I just call it Bright Star. That's what I'm calling it. I don't know what it's actually called. I did not ask the client. Shut up. That's terrible. Hideous. I never, because your names are always like, what's this spider mech called? Arachnid. But it's like spelt with a 3. Hey, I don't always like putting a brother down. All right? But sometimes a brother needs to be put down, you know? Coffee pour time. Yay! Anyway, coffee pour time. Yay! All right. And it's good.
just the right temp. It's free? Free game? Oh, it's not free for you. What good is anti-cheat if they're gonna be hackers anyway? What if anti-cheat can beat the hackers? Huh? Closing the door. I don't want any gnomuloids getting in. And do not be mistaken, those are not gnomes. Gnomuloids are a completely different thing. Wait, why is that? Does a Steam Deck run on Linux? Okay. All right. Oh, really? So because... Well, here's a question. Why is it that Steam Deck runs on Linux? What's... Can you give me the lore? Can you give me the Steam Deck lore? Or is that... I'm sorry, is that just too much to ask for? The layer for Steam on Linux, and right before Steam Deck launched, it was at a pretty good state already and skyrocketed from there. Linux is just far better option for smaller devices because it's less bloated. Oh, okay. Here's a question. If I switch to Linux, would I have to re-download all of my shit for the Linux version? Like everything, like my games, my programs. Oh man. Everything. Oh. Kind of a tall order then, don't you think? If I'd have to pretty much wipe at my computer. Don't think so. Don't have much stuff, and downloading games takes just a few hours. If you even need 10 plus games installed at the same time. I know, but I'm referring to like I have other programs too. I have like a couple other things that aren't like just games. I'm not even sure. Let me think. 20-ish? I don't know. I worry I'd forget one. This is kind of what I worry about. I worried I would just forget one. It's like it's gone. How would that work for like I use Clip Studio to draw, right? And obviously I use the Windows version. But excuse me. Let's say I switch over to Linux and I download the Linux version of Clip. Am I still able to use all of my files? Like all of the files that I would have had saved for my on Clip, I mean, my Clip Studio files? Or can I not? Because are they like would they be incompatible with the Linux version of Clip? Just install it on another device? I would have to buy another computer. Yeah, you see, I just don't know. Whenever it comes to this, whenever it comes to that kind of stuff, I'm just like, I don't know anything. Alright, I was just looking at some more reference. I'm not super confident in how to do this. Gosh darn skirt. This Gundam-esque skirt. Okay. All right. If you say so, I believe you. I believe everything you say. Everything you say, I believe. That might be a bit too far. Oops. Alright, this guy's starting to take on form a bit more. Which is nice. Shit, is that over? I need to fix that. Can't have no music playing. What will people listen to? There you go. Oh shit, yo. Mr. Dumai. How's it going? What chassis is this? Oh, well this is actually, would you believe it or not, one of the rare commissions I get where it is not a Lancer mech. Whoa. But excuse me. Do have a couple of those lined up anyway. Got some right here. And here, this one's actually a Baylor, would you believe it? Someone was just like, hey, I want a Baylor, but it's a knight. Okay, I guess it makes sense, you know, close range and all that. But how goes it? How are you doing this fine? I mean, it's still morning for me. I don't know where the fuck you are. Okay, I don't know where you are. You could be on another planet for all I know. I know, right? Well, I mean, your name is That Onion. It's not like... Come on, you know, it's not like who are you to say such things? Garen Lagan, well, I can see how that works with the mouth. You could have the mouth and the abdomen. Yeah, that could work. Yeah, that would work really well. Wait, you're one. Wait. I was thinking myself. One of the commissioners. Are you saying that you're one of my clients? Only you operate under a different name, or are you saying that you yourself draw? What is a Baylor? Oh, you can drop the E. It's Balor. And, well, in Lancer, a Baylor is mech. Made up of, like, a nano machine swarm. So, I mean, it's more so a nano machine swarm that pretends to be a mech. And its whole thing is, like, devouring other mechs and even just the area around it. But it's all about close quarters combat. However, in mythology, Baylor is an Irish cyclops that could shoot fire from his eye. Ain't that cool? Oh, you are? Oh, okay. Well, which are you, my good sir? I gotta be in my best behavior now. One of my clients is in the chat. Oh no. Excuse me. Oh, yes. Okay. Well, I don't know if you saw what I had most recently sent you. I mean, well, you know, I mean, I'll just open it up anyway and just check my my messages, just in case you have, and I missed it. Okay, I did miss it. Okay, I did. Okay, the one on the left, number 1. That's okay. A bit harder to comprehend. Well, you see, that's why I did like a 3/4 view. Cause thinking, you know, if it's too much. But I was thinking, I mean, that's fine. That's okay. Let's get all that out of the way. I mean, I could just move this. I didn't have to go around everything. Just because I have you here, right? It's good to pick your brain a little bit more. Just while I have you trapped, unable to move. I can just dump some of my thoughts on you. So number one, right? I was trying to keep proportion-wise, like, the general sort of proportions of the morning cloak. I don't know about you, but I do like it whenever you can tell what the chassis is. You know, like you can tell, oh shit, that's a morning cloak. Even though it could look kind of crazy and nuts. And very different, you can still be like, oh, that's a morning cloak. Now, of course, if you don't like that, you know, I can go real different. It don't matter. But if you like what I have so far, good. I was thinking this kind of pose makes it a bit more creepy and also, like you said, a bit harder to comprehend. So what I was thinking, right, is it depends what kind of angle you want to go for. I know you want the stars in the background, and that's fine. Now, the reference that you've given me, very streamlined stuff, right? Very streamlined stuff. Very clean. And very, what I would even argue, graceful. And whenever you kind of think of, like, whenever I look at the morning cloak, some of those things also apply, but the morning cloak is kind of like it's like a bit edgy, right? You know what I mean? It's a bit edgy. It literally does the teleports behind you, nothing personal, kid, and then slices you in half with a katana. So if you wanted to go the edgy route, we could. I was maybe thinking of moving these arms, which by the way I've like wrapped up. Like that's why they look this way. I've wrapped them up in the morning cloak's cloak. in the what do you call them? The fabrics that come off. What we could do is we could move an arm, right? And we could have them like also sort of in the back. I know I've just had to rip the whole arm out to kind of illustrate this. But we could have them kind of in the back too. So think of like all of its arms are behind it. But that basically means that everything's sort of laid bare. Like you can, nothing's covering up the chest and the main body and the legs. So like try and think of these like in the back instead somewhere. Plugged in. Maybe even something kind of like that. Kind of. Right? They could be in a different pose, of course. Now that's if, right? That's if you want to keep this kind of pose. I could do this, could keep the arms in the front. I personally would do something a bit different with them. Like the way that they're hanging down, almost kind of limpish. And the way that it's, the way I've drawn it, right? The way it's kind of hunching over a little bit, but I kind of do that because that's how the original morning cloak is. It puts in a little bit more of the edge, you know, its arms are kind of limp, but it's holding a knife. And then in the other arms, it's holding its sword behind it. Now, I could tone it down with the flowing fabric so it's a bit more comprehensible. Or change those, change up these shoulder guards entirely. I could do something like that instead to also sort of reduce the amount of space it takes up. Like right away, I could do something like that. But of course, these things are up to you, right? Now, if you don't want any of that, and you're like, actually, I kind of just like the way it is, yeah, sure, that's fine too. This is just a quick way for me to give you some ideas of what I was thinking, rather than me doing these things and having to send them to you and then wait for you to get back to me, and then you get back to me and then I make the changes or I don't. You know what I mean? It's there's a great advantage to having your client be able to view you in real time. Okay. So you like the limp. Okay. Do you want to keep the one set of arms in the front? Okay. Fine, whatever. It's fine. What else? I get it. I'm not as important as your brother. Okay. So the other part was these sort of like shield guard or these shoulder guards, right? I was thinking I could even have them turned in a bit more so that its shape isn't splaying out so much. And the other thing was, do you want to keep the arms, like a set of arms in the front? Because you can still have this like limp look. It's just I could put those in the back. It's just if you wanted the front of the body to be a bit less covered up. Also, I had another idea if you want to, for a pose, if you want to go super edgy. Okay. Arms in the front. I'm not gonna fully... Well, okay, I'll do this. There was another pose that I had in mind. I just kind of want to quickly illustrate it here for you in a very slapdash kind of way. But think of it as like, it's kind of, you can kind of already tell what I'm doing here. The idea is that the arms are crossed. I mean, it would not look exactly like this. It looks a bit silly. Suppose this other one would be like this, actually. Yeah. Shit. I don't think I can. Hold on. What's the best way? I suppose I do it from scratch. So one leg would kind of be out in front. like this. One leg would be behind, sure. So it's like this, right? One arm in the front is crossed and has the blade, the knife. As the other arm is kind of like out like this, like the hand is open. Then you got your shoulder pauldrons that's got, and then the other set of arms. There's a couple of options. You could just have it the way it is already, where it's holding its sword behind it, in, of course, a reverse grip. And then the other arm either at rest or also kind of at the ready and splayed, and like the hands open and splayed out. And it would kind of look like then, with the portal behind it, like it's just, or the gate as you put it, it would look like it just walked out. And like it's kind of ready to throw down. If you can see what I'm talking about here, if you can look at how I've drawn this and put it there. You love that idea. Awesome. Okay, cool. It just gives it a bit more movement. There's just more going on that way. But cool. Also, I just drew the sort of blade that the Morning Cloak already has in the official art. But I didn't know if your blade that you were referring to is different than this one. I mean, if it is the Morning Cloak's blade, then that's fine. There's no issue. I just needed to know if it was a different kind. I imagine it is as a great sword. Main weapon is a Tempest Charge Blade. Okay, but I mean, like, do you want it illustrated as a greatsword, or do you do you want the like it as to look like this one, or do you actually want it to look like like a big meaty sword? Or some sort of combination? Okay, all right. Okay, that's no problem. Oh, also, you said that you do want color and shading. That's all right. I do need to know, how much detail do you want for this gate in the background? Because I was just going to do some relatively simple shapes and details. you know? And I wasn't going to go crazy or anything with the space in the background because it was just going to be black and white, right? However, if you want color, right? I do need to know, is that for the background as well, and like how much, because whenever whenever it comes to space and color, you can go pretty fucking crazy. You can have planets and nebula and close up stars, and so I do need to know there, because that could be substantially more work, because it wouldn't just be a character that I'm coloring, then it could also be a background. Imagine it reflecting the night sky. Okay, so we're talking like mostly stars then. Oh wait, what do you want, like clouds in there too as well? Maybe even a moon? Mostly purple and black? Okay, okay. That's not so bad. I can work with that. That's no problem. That's not really going to increase the price by much. I will have to add a little more just because there is a background, but not much. Maybe I'll charge you like probably 20 extra. Now, you don't have to pay right now, because I can understand. Listen, I can understand things are tight for people, right? I would appreciate it, of course, but if you want, we can wait until I've got like maybe the refined sketch down. And by the way, what the refined sketch would be, it would be, well, I mean, for example, if I'll just grab one for you. Open, please. Open up. Oh, cool. I love it whenever things don't respond. Very epic. Very cool. It's fine. I didn't want to use that shit anyway. Oh, there it is. Okay. Here, right? So this is what like a refined sketch looks like. And this is what I would do just before I would do the lines. So just give it a moment. There it is. If you want to wait until paying that extra bit, right? Until your commission is at like this sort of stage, that's cool with me. Sure, okay, no problem. We can do that. Cool, cool, cool. So if you've been playing Lancer long, I'm on the wrong layer again. Fuck! Lancer, the tabletop RPG that the Mechs that I mostly draw are from. It's fun so far. That's good. Yay. Uh, Three sessions in as of now. Nice. That's more than That's three more than I've ever been. I've actually never played the game. Isn't that crazy? You know what, I don't want to do. I want to do these as circles. Yes. Yes. It is fun reading the lore. Yes, and I really like the designs. I'm not opposed to playing the game necessarily. It's just I ain't got nobody. No buddies to play it with. But also I probably don't even have the time. I don't even I don't even like play video games. I would like to play video games. I enjoy playing video games, but I don't really have that kind of time. Hmm. Uh, Unfortunate. Yeah, it's hard. It is hard to find time for myself. Um, how was your day anyway? Well, I mean, my day still kind of just started. It's only, it's not even half 11 yet for me. I'm still kind of in the morning, you know. But so far, you know, it's been pretty good. I got my streaming on my dual streaming setup. Not that it matters much. I think I'm gonna have to do a lot of streaming on YouTube until I really get anybody watching it on YouTube. But that's fine, you know. We all start somewhere. What else? I was doing a lot of talking about potential. Well, what I could do potentially in the future. Not that I dislike the work, but I do want to at some point move away from doing commissions. You see, right now, commissions is my primary source of income. I would prefer if I could make it maybe a secondary source of income instead of my primary. And I was just sort of discussing with chat like what some of those things could be. Also, of course, I was sorting out your the concept or the thumbnail for your commission this morning, which is a pleasure. I do enjoy working on SSC mechs. I really do. I just like their aesthetic. But then again, as well as that, I've kind of been known as like the Horus guy for a long time. There was a good long while where I was basically just getting like Horus mech after Horus mech. I mean, this Knight Baylor will be like my third Baylor. Actually, wrong. No, wait, yes. I've done 3 Baylors. I've done 2 Hydras. 1 Goblin. 1 Manticore. I just need a Hydra. Not a Hydra. A Gorgon. A Minotaur. A Kobold. And a Pegasus, and then I've done them all. Oh well, I never uploaded them. You see, this is the thing. I actually don't upload all of my work. I only upload some of it. The reason being is that I've also done a Lich. Nearly forgot. The reason being is that some of my older work, I only uploaded what I thought was my best at the time. So if I felt like I didn't, not necessarily if I did a bad job with the commission, but I felt like I didn't do really above and beyond, I just didn't post it. And then, of course, I did the, I guess they're known as, like, the Horus Manifest mechs. Not the Horus Manifest, the Hubris Manifest mechs. Not the Horus Manifest. Silly me. Silly you. Silly me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, well, those should be more spaced out. Which is my Kraken, Banshee, Nuclevi, and Draugr mechs. And then, of course, I did a up-to-date versions for the upcoming supplement that they're all in. Well, the new supplement that they'll all be in. Those are made-up names? Well, yes, that's true. All names are made up. Most of my works are amazing. I think, honestly, that comes down to what I'm streaming on YouTube and if I have videos on YouTube. I think for YouTube, I kind of have to would be putting out videos in conjunction with the streams to get more of a presence there. If I want the YouTube scene to grow. Which I could do. Like, that's... For me, that's pretty conceivable. I can do that. I know how to do editing. I used to do it in school. And I did it a lot, right? They haven't... those I don't think those skills are too rusty. At least it wouldn't take too long to brush up on them. It more so comes down to what I would make videos of. He wakes. He is body. And you thought you would miss out. How you doing, Powerless? This angle is not quite correct. Since we see the top of this mech, right? We can see the top. Because he's kind of hunching. He's actually kind of crunching a little bit. We should actually see... And this gun's coming like kind of over his shoulder. It should first of all actually be lower down. Like so. Whoops. Come on. About there, right? And another thing is that we should actually see the top of it. Not the bottom. Because it's coming forward. Whereas this makes it look like it's actually going way off to the side, but it's not, because it's going over his shoulder. Get ready for work and leave shortly. Did the new Banshee drop while I was away? No. However, I'm in close communication. I've been chatting with the author very recently. In fact, it was just yesterday. Now, obviously, it did not come out at the end of the month. However, I'm just gonna tell you this: we're not far off. All right. I'm trying not to make any promises, but we're not far off. Sooner than you think, I'd say. Sooner than you think, but not as soon as you want. Where can I find more info about this Banshee stuff? If you're referring to the rules, by the way, apologies. I had to do some typing there. I was replying to a message. Well, I mean, right now, there isn't any. If you're talking, I mean, well, all right. For Lancer, okay, there is this. If you type in, was it Thy Hubris Manifest? It's a supplement for Lancer, with like new rules for alternative frames, which is another way of saying like alternative rules for like frames and that are already in the game. And the Banshee is one of those. However, me and the author of that have decided to make a new one with more up-to-date rules, including whole new things, as well as an entirely new mech. And also making one of those frames, those alt frames, its own thing. So it's not an alt. It's actually its own thing. It's its own thing. But if you just want to find out more about the fucking actual Banshee, you can just look that shit up, man. It's a Irish mythological creature. I mean, Lancer's got some kind of interesting lore stuff if you're not super interested in the game, which you may enjoy. Too high. Need to sort out this gosh darn sword. What is on this layer? Oh, okay, I don't need that anymore. All right, the sword, the dang sword. Let's get that fixed. Where's the music? I don't know why it stopped. I have a mix going. Yes, I'm still listening. Yeah. I need to go back and look at the reference for this because I think the client had a very specific idea in mind for the sword. So let's just go back and take a little gander. In regards to the sword, I realized some more specifics. Large, long sword does not have the best sword reference. It's very much meant to be fantastical in appearance, like Excalibur, as decorative as it is functional. Think thick crossguard, long two-handed grip, robust pommel for striking, and a sturdy blade that is so sharp it could cut a leaf from several feet away. It's meant to feel futuristic. Okay, so it can be a power sword as well. So very, very nice looking sword. Maybe some energy coming off of it. And very important looking, I suppose. And thick. Here's the thing, the angle that I have it at, it can't be thick. Or it shouldn't look too thick. But I'll do something. I think this looks way fucking better than when I started. I almost wish I had clipped it or something. Or I had a Excalibur. That's not bad. You know what? I'll give it to you there. That's not that bad. I do have a picture of how it looked before I started today. This is how it looked before I started. I'm waiting for someone to say it looked better before. Some concept art for battle armor, and I just branded it XL. What the fuck are you doing with concept art? Or what are you doing walking around with concept art? Man, I'm starting to get hot. It's starting to get warm. What? Oh, man. Yeah, here comes the heat. You know what's nice about my home, right? Is that in the morning, it is not warm. It is cold. And I like that. Cold's not the right word. Cool. It is cool, right? It is like cool, like a nice cool breeze. Refreshing. However, as the day goes by, my house begins to warm up. This, of course, is on if it's a warm day. Now, if it is warm throughout the entire day, my house will continuously warm up. And it retains heat very well, so that in the evening, whenever I'm trying to go to sleep, I'm being cooked. And I don't know about you, but I do not like to be cooked while I'm trying to sleep. It's the exact reason that I do not sleep in an oven. I do not enjoy the cooking. I went to look at how bad it actually looks, but it was alright after all. I just think of stories. How do you think of stories if you can't see images or hear audio in your head? And this isn't like a... How the fuck do you do that? I'm like, no, it's genuine curiosity. Like, do you begin writing it down, or what does that process look like? Hand is way too big. Whew. Not working on that right now, so I can close that. Let's see.
I still do have ideas if I don't think in images or words. Really hard to explain, but it's just a mush of concepts I start adding on top. That's why I started to draw, to actually see what those concepts or ideas are. Like words are just abstractions for a thing. I see. Okay. I think I understand what you mean. Whoops. Oh, the boy's gotta work. I say boy, he's older than me, but that's okay. It's just, you know, I should probably address him properly. Whoops. Oh, my back. Yeah, still not that.
Gotta look up something real quick. Hmm. Oh, maybe I should get up. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I know not all of that is work. But I'm just thinking about maybe I need to get up and do a little stretch. Or a little walk around. And then I'll come right back to it. I think as well, this is kind of at the point where I can send it back off to the client again. I have made enough changes. I mean, this looks very different from how it was before. So, that's what I think I'm going to do. To anybody still watching, thank you. I'm going to call it here, but that's not going to be the end of it for me today. I have other work I need to do. If it's work I feel like I can stream, because there is some work I can't stream, then I'll stream it. If not, well, then I'll probably see you tomorrow. But just keep an eye out. Don't give up on me yet. I'm not giving up on you, baby. Alright, bye-bye now. Bye-bye. Bye.